Hello everyone, very good evening. Welcome to Simply Done. I'm your today's host Chinmay. So can everyone confirm in chat if I'm audible?
Yes, and you're audible.
Thank you.
Okay. Still, candidates are joining in. Good evening, Abhinay. Hello, everyone. Still, candidates are joining in. Let's wait for a couple of minutes and let's allow them to join in before we begin. Still, I can see candidates are joining in. Let's give them one more minute. In between, let's log into our labs. Okay. Okay, to just get a recap of what we have done yesterday and what we are going to do today. Yesterday we spoke about various strategies, various means of creating pipeline jobs, and today we are going to talk about having a mechanism of bringing in our uh, scripted pipeline to do a couple of things. Herein we are going to talk about a number of methods, a number of mechanisms which will help you in creating and configuring your pipeline, uh, especially the part where we'll talk about having code written, especially the Groovy code written, and the entire job and task will be done by using the Groovy script itself. Yesterday we spoke about automated testing. Yesterday we spoke about configuring the test reports in Jenkins, how to configure the test reports in Jenkins. We spoke about that a lot, wherein we understood fine if the test report is there, how to convert the generated test report into kind of graphical mechanism, wherein we have brought in coverage report, code coverage report by using Covertura. We have also worked on having the display of the test results by using our JUnit test report result mechanism. After that, we have also seen the Jacaco plugin, which will help us to bring in some more test result report by Jacaco. Certainly, the entry should be there in the code base. Some others are there, like Clover and other reporting mechanisms are there, which is somewhat similar the way we have done Jacaco and the JUnit test result report. Now, today we are going to talk mostly about our scripted code mechanism, wherein yesterday we have seen as kind of sample script which was written, and today we'll see mostly how other type of scripts, what are the different stages which we can put in our script, and we'll try to learn that. On top of that, we also talk about AWS easy to run master and slave nodes. This is for the assessment. Okay. So Jennifer, I'm not sure if you're aware or not. Even next week we do have sessions. So I think your session is extended. How many of you are aware that your session is extended, and there will be sessions on next week as well? They're not aware. Okay. So you don't know about it. Okay. 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 So yes, so I spoke with Simplilearn, and Simplilearn agreed to extend your sessions to next week also. You will not be able to attend. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Okay, I understand there might be some other commitments. So we'll have sessions next week as well, wherein uh, we'll talk more and more about Sonar Cube. We'll talk about Tomcat server, and we'll talk about our master and slave node configuration also, Jennifer. Um, right. Yeah, I mean there were certain glitches in between Eldorado, because of which there were certain extensions. Yeah. So, but certainly maybe you can go through recordings and you'll get ample amount of knowledge in recordings as well. But in case if you do not, then just what I'll say, Eldorado is um, you can still contact. You can still have the mechanism to contact, and you can just go ahead and initiate a kind of contact mechanisms. So if you are Jennifer says Saturday and Sunday both, hopefully yes. I'm not promising it yet. I'll get to know more about it, and as I get to know it, you will also get to know about it. But certainly it's there on Saturday. Yeah, certainly it's there on Saturday. So let me just think about it. I think it's there on Saturday, but not sure if it's there on Sunday as well. But certainly you'll get to know about it on next Saturday itself. If it's there, I'll let you know. Just give me a moment. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's talk about our today's session. Let's try to understand how things can be moved on. So let's talk about our mechanism to create some scripted job. So today we'll have some interesting stuff wherein we'll also talk a bit about the Spring Boot concept, wherein we'll see how Spring.io configuration works for us, wherein you'll see how Spring.io, Spring Boot mechanism, Spring.io projects are created. I'll show you this also today. How the Spring Boot configurations are created, what happens in case of Spring Boot configurations. We'll talk about that by using Spring Initializer. We'll see how Spring Initializer helps us to create one Spring Boot project, because that will be a kind of component for you on for your next for your assessment. You just need to know how to create Spring Boot configurations, right? So that will be pretty much important for you. Now let's go ahead and let's start seeing a couple of interesting things. Let's log in into Jenkins. Let's write a couple of scripted pipelines. Suppose that we'll just move on and we'll start looking into the job for other hooks. Okay, so let's start. Now yesterday, if you remember, we have created a number of things, we have created a number of stages. Now today we are going to talk about basic utility and all the pipelines which we have used yesterday, wherein we have used pipelines to create a number of things. We have used pipelines to create, to compile into a number of things. Let's start doing that today, and after that we'll see some kind of intense coding as well. So now let's click on new item and let's give it a name, CI/CD pipeline job. Click on pipeline and click on OK. And here let's start writing certain pipeline script. Okay. Okay. Uh, just give me some time, John. I'll look into your stuff. I'm not sure if I'm calling you with the right name or not, because I can see your name as Hirudaya Raj John Vyar. So yeah, that's fine. So that's okay. So just give me some time. Let me just cover up some of the topics. Then I'll come back to you. Okay, great. So now let's start creating some pipeline script. Here, whenever I'm writing, as we spoke yesterday as well, we'll start with pipeline, and then we'll start putting certain agent related definitions. So I'll say agent any, like the way we have done yesterday. Then we'll start doing some tools level definition. Yesterday we have seen that the tool which we are using in this case is Maven. So here I'll put in Maven and I'll say that the Maven tool which I'm using is my Maven, right? My Maven. The tool which I'll be using in this case will be my Maven. Now after this, I'll start writing certain stages and I'll start pulling in certain certain steps to perform all our activities. The stages which I'll be working on, those which will be a part of my pipeline, will take care of bringing in code from GitHub repository, compilation, code review, unit test, metric check, package. In our yesterday session, we have seen it was doing some automation script and it was generating some automated code also for us, right? We have seen that yesterday. Now, here in this case, we'll also see how everything could be staged by using our pipeline script. So now, in stages, I'll start writing a number of stages. I'll start writing stage. The first stage will be to clone. Second stage, this is my first stage, and in this stage, okay, I'll come out of this stage. My second stage will be compilation, compile, okay. Stage 2. My third stage will be, say, unit test. My fourth stage will be metric check. My fifth stage will be package. And so on. You can keep adding stages. That's not a problem. Based on what your need is, you can keep adding packages. Now it's the time to put in some entries in all of these stages. So let's start putting in some entry for clone. Yesterday we have seen this while we are cloning any of the code from GitHub repository, or the basic syntax of the pipeline says that within stages it comes stage, and within stage we have to define steps. So now let's start writing certain steps, and within steps I'll have to start writing some git commands. A git URL says the URL which contains all my code base. Let's copy content from my code base. I'm just copying everything from my code base and I'll put it in this. Now the advantage of having the pipeline job like this way, a kind of scripted one, is that if you remember in our yesterday session, every time when we are creating the job, we have to initiate with source code management step, wherein source code management was configuring. We have to configure source code management step to all the jobs separately. But here in this case, you define once, it's okay. I mean, in UI also, in case of user interface also, you can just define SCM once, and it picks up, the entry picks up for all other jobs. That's possible. But we are following a kind of tough approach wherein you are getting the understanding that hey, if it's in case if it's needed, how can I put in, how can I just call in SCM separately for different jobs, right? So that is what we are doing. So now here in this case, I'll just define SCM once. I will not define SCM every time when I'm working on it. So now when we are doing that, we will have to take care of a couple of things. So the first stage is to have cloning done. Next stage will have steps, and these steps will be more specific to, now say the next stage, which is compilation. Compilation will also talk about having steps which will have the command as mvn compile, because we are using Maven as the build tool, and Maven always starts with mvn as the executor, and the stage or the goal for compile stage is compile itself. Henceforth, we are writing mvn compile as the command. For unit test, here the step will be sh MVN test, because the goal for testing, the goal for performing test activity will be test only, right? Will be test only. So I've used MVN test as the command to execute test activity. Next stage for metric check. If you remember, in metric check we had used cobertura as the tool. So let's put in this steps, and within steps say under SH you say MVN cobertura colon cobertura dash D cobertura dot report dot format equals to XML, right? I'm just defining a format like exactly the same way which we have done in UI. At the end, package, under package we'll call in certain stages, certain steps. Now we'll say MVN package. Now you see what I've done. Basically by using this, what we have done is, basically by using this, what we have done, we have just, by using this, we started with pipeline and then we started defining all the stages, and it is going to do quite the same thing which was done by our UI jobs, which is like 4 to 5 jobs which we have created. Now save it and you build it very now. Right, when you are building it, it is doing its part of job. Now see what it's doing. It's just bringing in each of the stage. It's calling each of the stage. So cloning is done. Compilation is done. Okay, seems compilation failed. Let's try to check for what reason it failed. It will be pretty much important for you to read out the error. Recommended Git tool is none. Oh, credentials expired. Okay, till this it's working fine. Skipping change log, this is also fine. MVN compile, scanning for projects. Some problems in processing the forms. Form home lab user Jenkins workspaces. The white space content allowed before start tag. Possible start document seen line 1 to 1. Okay, let's go to our job. So it is getting the compile stage. It's unable to compile, but yesterday it was working. What happened today? Okay, I get it. So this code is different than the code which we are working on yesterday. This code has form file with different kind of entries within it, and that's the reason. You see, this form, this code, this repository is performing some of the functions. So we'll come back to this repository, but let's get back to the repository with which we were working yesterday. This was the repository which we were working yesterday. Let's replace the repository with this repository. Okay, now save it and build it. Okay, now you see it's moving. I see it's moving. Unit test, metric check, package. Okay, now again metric check failed this time. Let's see for what reason metric check is failing. I'm sorry. So let's see for what reason it's failing, which is the environment, shell script, MVN Kobochero, subject time, user tool, metric check. Let's go to the console output and try to figure out. Okay, so here it's failing. Scanning of project, some problem while computing effective model. Reporting configuration to done. Reporting section. Started to fix this problem. Stability. This is working. Address book. Build failure. Okay, why build failed? Because Maven compiler plugin. Kobochura Maven plugin 2.7 API jar. Okay. Again, it's looking for some Java stuff. Okay, it's failing due to the Java thing. Let's do one thing. Let's not confuse Jenkins with different Java stuff, and let's go to manage Jenkins and global tool configurations, and let's remove additional Java stuff because I think my code is getting confused. JDK installation. Let's remove one. It's not this. Delete JDK. Okay. Still, I think some are there. Delete JDK. Yeah, that's fine. Only one is there. Save it. Dashboard. CI/CD pipeline job and build now. Okay, let it run and let's see how it goes this time. Metric check is in progress. This was the one which was failed last time. Okay, the failure was due to Java error, and I think it's failed again. It's failing again due to some Java error, artifact. Instrument on project. User lib JVM 11 to jar. Let me just do one thing to avoid this. To avoid this, what we can do, manage Jenkins, global tool configuration, I'll remove this absolutely and add JDK. I agree, give a name, say my Java, and choose the option this. Okay. Okay. Now let's save it. Let's go back again. CI/CD pipeline job. Build now. What is that? The last part should be JDK configured with JDK 8 version. Yeah. I mean, absolutely. I mean, it's the same thing. I put it in the tool level also, but this time I've just reconfigured the tool. Let's see. Hopefully, it should work. Okay, if it's failing that error, yeah, think I think it's cached somewhere, but let's try to put it in the pipeline job itself. So what I'll do is I'll configure it and I'll write JDK Let's put it here, JDK as my Java. Let's run it again. Save and build now. Ideally, it should take. It normally takes without even defining, but let's see if this works. Okay, let's see. Declarative tool install. I think it's trying to install the Java, Java 2, Java JDK 8. Okay, it took some time. That basically means that it has reinstalled, reconfigured Java altogether because it took nearly 1 minute to complete that stage. Let's see. The unit test anyways goes through. Hopefully it will work this time for metric check as well, because the problem was for me JDK 11 was cached, and every time when I was running the pipeline, it was picking up contents from JDK 11 itself. Okay, since metric check went through, let's see about package. Okay, so it went through. So the definition was absolutely, I mean, though it's not mandatory for what I've done, putting in contents there in the tool level, calling in Java, the same Java tool which I've defined. But for me, it was cached, and that's the reason it was failing. But in case if it doesn't work, then yeah, it's good always to define it there in the tool section, calling in any of the tool which we are using there. Right? So because we are not calling in, we are not defining in Git, though we have defined that in our tool level. So now see all the packages and everything, all the stage triggered and completed successfully. Yeah. So let's try to do that. You two try to follow quite the same sequence and do that. Start writing it. Try to write this code so that you will get some idea on how to work on this code. I'll share this code with you so that you can work on it. Oh, okay. Yeah. Thanks, Edu. Okay, take this code and try to do that. And let's try to do it in 10 minutes. After this, we are going to talk about Spring Boot configuration. Please do this, guys. What is that? Some problems were encountered or processing. Can you just give me the error message because it should work? Read one project. Which project? Is it the encountered while processing the forms? Abhinay, what is the error? Is this the error? Only what is the what comes before or after it? Jenkins workspace CI/CD underscore pipeline. It's failing at compile level. Okay. It was failing for me as well as at compile level, and in order to fix it, what I've done was I just went and I altered the pipeline code itself. So just check in case if you are using the same GitHub URL which I am using in my code. If it's the same, then just check in case if you have forked it in the first place, and it must be there in your repository. Not you should not use mine. I mean, you should not copy paste. Just use the GitHub which is there in your repository, not in my repository. Okay, more 25 seconds is left. More 13 seconds. Okay, it's the time. Now let's move on and let's talk about a couple of other interesting things. So, is everyone able to do this? Anyone stuck anywhere? Anyone is unable to do it? Anyone got any error message? How about others? Thanks, Jennifer. How about others? Can I get some response from other participants also, please? Okay, great. So let's talk a bit about a Spring Boot session, and let's try to understand what in the okay. Sayyid Wajahat Hussain says fail to execute goal. Yeah, right. I think it's the same problem which I was facing. So, did you use the same set of code, Sayed, which I gave you, which contained the definition, JDK level definition, JDK definition on tool level? Did you use that? Yeah, in case, so Sayed, in case if you did not, then try to use it. Use at the tool level are not added. Yeah, I understand. So that's the reason it's happening, right? That's the reason it's happening for you. So in case if it doesn't happen, then just put it, and certainly it's going to work for you. Okay. So now, could you please give me the code? How to add? Okay. So this is the code. I already shared that code. You see that this tool level. Say if you can see my screen. This is the tool level. As a tool, as of now, it's Maven. Put in JDK also, right? So if you put in, it's well and good. It's fine, right? It's okay, great. So now let's go and let's talk a bit about Spring Boot application, Spring Boot project. Yes. So you need to have good command and Spring Boot as well because it's a kind of framework which is used nowadays a lot. It is used a lot nowadays. So basically, let's get some idea about what a Spring Boot application is, and so that after it, we can talk about how to work on the applications for this. So Spring Boot is basically one open source Java based framework. Remember, it's a Java based framework. That's the reason you can see that it fits well with Java, though it has some other extensions by means of which it works well with Kotlin and Groovy also. But it is a Java based project. And nowadays, when we deal with a kind of infrastructure setup wherein things are gradually changing from monolithic services to microservices, Spring Boot is the best fit. So Spring Boot is basically a Java-based framework uh, which is used to create microservice applications. Now, whenever we talk about microservice application, always think it in this way. Instead of having one single application, instead of having one single software which will take care of everything, which is quite risky because in case if any of the component of the software went down, entire application goes down. Instead of having that, what we are doing is we are thinking to fragment everything into smaller pieces, and and each of the fragment do have its own control. Each of the fragment can be controlled separately. So that will be used to basically create a microservice. Now it is quite easy to create a standalone and production ready Spring applications using Spring Boot, and that is the reason we will be using Spring Initializer to create a project for us. Now this will contain a kind of infrastructure support by means of which you can just go ahead and run it, right? So by doing this, by having the Spring Boot application, you will be able to understand and develop any production ready Spring applications. And for this, you will need to have a kind of minimum configurations for your infrastructure. Now, which, by means of the by means of Spring Boot, which also comes up with a number of features with it, you can have the configurations. You can have the kind of bean configuration or actuator configuration, or you will have a kind of idea of how any application can be built by using Spring Boot components. Certainly, to have the Spring Boot configuration done, to get the Spring Boot configuration implemented, it is pretty much important for you to understand a bit on how the Spring Boot works. what microservices is. I'll try to give you some idea of what these things are. So microservice is a kind of architecture which allows developers to develop and deploy services independently without having any constraint from another related components for an application. For example, if you take an example, uh, think about your Amazon website. In Amazon website, you do have a number of pages when you go and work on. For example, if you want to access all the services which Amazon offers, Amazon categorized each of the services into either grocery or either your household items or either electronic items. In electronics items too, say your earphone, headphone, mics, a number of things, it has been categorized. Now, if Amazon is putting all these components onto and create a kind of monolithic application, then the drawback for that will be if any of the application fails, it has the tendency to take entire website down. That's the reason what Amazon has done is it has broken it into smaller microservices, by means of which instead of having one single application surmounting or ruling entire website, it's the section of an application, it's the section of the website, it's the section of is the section which is actually controlling any single component, right? So that's what the microservices is, and that makes quite the application independent. So by means of microservices, we'll have each of the service which runs its own process, and it's a kind of lightweight model as well. Now, with the advantage which we'll get will be highlighted quite in Spring Boot application. By means of Spring Boot application, as I already said, you can develop a kind of standalone application, standalone Java-based applications. And trust me, it's very easy to understand. You will see that when we are creating it. You will see this how easy it is. By using Spring Initializer, we'll create one application, and you'll get to know about how the easiness which it offers. Right? Now let's try to create it. Let's try to understand how Spring Initializer works, wherein we'll create a kind of demo code for us, and that demo code will try to compile and will try to work with it. Yes. So in order to work with it, it's pretty much important for us to create one sample application, sample code, which will have all the entries made for our Spring Boot applications. Now let's understand what is there in this page in the first place. In this page, what you can see as of now is it is having first the project name. So it's saying, hey, which project you want to choose, which project you want to work upon, which project you want to take your code. Now I'll say that, okay, fine. I want to create a Maven based project. And whenever it says that I want to create a Maven based project, it starts looking onto the POM file. Always remember. Uh, so Mrigang says we are deploying Spring Boot applications to somebody. Yes, we are going to deploy Spring Boot applications now. So now what it says, the project is a Maven based project or a Gradle based project. It's asking me. We have worked on both sort of projects, right? If you remember, we have created Maven based project as well. We have created a Gradle based project as well. But now what we are going to do, we are going to work on Maven based project, wherein we'll try to learn how Maven based project functions in the first place. Now, whenever we work on Maven based projects, it's pretty much important for us to have the POM file ready with us, right? We have seen that how important it is to have the POM file ready whenever we are working on Maven based project, wherein the POM file has all the entries within it. Yes, all the entries, how does it go, what it does, all the entries will be there in the POM file itself. So we'll ensure that it creates a POM file. In case if it doesn't create a POM file, then we have to create a POM file for us. That will be one of the important thing which we need to think about. Another thing is to have the language defined. Okay, fine. If you want to generate a kind of code, in which language you want to generate the code, which language you want to use for your code development. So that will be another section which you need to think about. And after that, it talks a bit about the Spring Boot component. Okay, fine. If you're talking about Spring Boot component, then which component you want it to be a part of your code, wherein let's keep it default for now, which is 2.6.7 will be the one which will be using in our sample code which it generates, right? We'll be choosing that kind of sample code file for us. And once we are done with this, we'll be ready with our application, which will be ready with our components, which we can easily deploy. Now let's start creating it. Let's start working on it, and let's see how it works. So I'll choose quite the same thing, Java Spring Boot 2.7. Let's choose Java 11, but in case when I'm choosing Java 11, certainly I have to go and define Java 11 there again in my code, right, which is Java 8 as of now, if you remember. So give a name to the group, which is, again, it's asking for GAV, if you remember in form file. We have to put everything in GAV format, where G stands for group ID, A stands for artifact ID, and V stands for version. It's asking for all the three details: group ID, artifact ID, and version details, where group ID is going to be the name of the organization for which you are creating a project. So let's give it a name, demo dash project, and artifact is demo dash sample project. Okay, you can give some description to it in case if you want. I just want to keep it blank. The packaging will be done in jar file, and I'm going to create it in Java 11. I want to add certain dependency also, wherein what is dependency in case of this framework. Now you see what you want to develop with this dependency. Do you want to develop Spring Web App Services? Do you want to develop Spring Security Services? A number of sample services you will get to develop that. So let's keep it simple for now, and let's try to create Spring Web Services. Okay, Spring Web Services. And now once you click on generate, it will generate a code, but this code will come in my local, and I don't want to keep it in my local. Rather, I want to keep it in my lab. So let's go to the lab, and let's do quite the same thing in my lab. So this is start, start dot spring dot io, spring.io. Okay, so main project 2.6.7. Put the group ID as demo project. Put artifact ID as demo demo sample project. Fine, everything remains same. I'll take Java 11 and let's add certain dependency. I'll take Spring Web as the file which it creates and generate. Okay, so it has generated some component which came to my lab. Now let's go to terminal. It will be certainly there in my downloads, so I'll become a root user in the first place. That's where I am. I am in desktop. I'll go step back. Let's see where I am. CD slash downloads slash lab CD lab. Okay, so if it's not opening, let's do one thing. Let's go to file manager. Okay, it's home lab user, right? So let's go to cd slash home slash labs user labs user, and here we have downloads, and here just now there must be some file um, dash ltr. Okay, so this is the one which it has created, right? So this is the one which it has created, which is sample project. So now we have that sample project in zip format. Now unzip demo sample project. It's unzipping. Okay, now I do have demo sample project which is unzipped, right? Which is unzipped. I'll take it from here because I don't want to keep everything here. I'll take it from here. I'll say move demo, put it and take it to slash tmp. Okay, now let's go to slash tmp. Let's see if it is moved here. So I can see I do have a demo sample project here, and here I want to create some Spring Boot projects. So I'll say mkdir Spring Boot, and I'll move it again from here to slash tmp slash Spring Boot. Okay, a cd, and you go to Spring Boot, and here you'll see your file is there. Your demo sample file is there. Now you go to cd demo sample, and here you do have all your applications. You do have your pom.xml file, you do have your code, you do have everything. Now let's take a sneak peek into src, and within there let's go to our cat main, take look into Java demo sample project application.java, right? So basically it has generated this code. It has generated this code, which is the code for Spring Boot application. This code was generated, wherein this is the code framework, Spring Boot application, demo sample project application, void main string, and this has brought in certain arguments along with it. Yes, this is the one it has generated. And for this, the POM file looks this. I have to always stay at this place where I do have my POM file. Okay, so when I do this, it's all good. Okay, I'm getting some questions. Let's see how to customize the application in Spring Boot as you've chosen built-in application code. Okay, customize, in that case, you can just come to this place in case if you want to customize it, because what it's customizing, what the Spring Boot application is made up of, it will be made up of all the code which I'm writing in Java. For example, here, all the code is there in src directly, which you have seen. So, like you have seen, this was the path, and herein, if I have to go to src main, then this is basically the code. In case if you want to customize it, then you just make some changes in this code, and automatically things will be customized, and it will be as per your own requirement. Yes, so you can do that. Why are you creating a TMP folder? Is there any advantage? No, there's no advantage of it. I just chose one folder, John, and I'm doing it there. Okay, so now once we get this, after that we start working on um, we start working on the push of this code to remote repository. So in order to push this code, I'll first initialize the local repository, and as I initialize it, I check the status of my repository, and it says that hey, I do have these many files, and I want to push all these files to local repository in the first place. So add everything to index area, and after that do git commit and say that git commit is done for committing Spring app. Okay. Okay, it seems it's unable to identify me. So let's identify yourself and say, okay, I am DevOps ng129 at the rate gmail.com. I'm using my email ID here, gmail.com. And after that, I'll say your name. Let's put in the name, which will be DevOps PNG and enter. Right? So once you do this, no more error message. Okay, everything went to a local repository. Now let's see what is there in your local repository. Git ls dash files. Sorry. Okay, I can see all the files are there in my local. Now to push it to remote repository. Now let's create an inventory and let's set up a connection in between my local and remote, like the way we've learned, and I think we have done it in past as well. So we'll go to our GitHub repo and create a repository in the first place. So create a repository, new repo, and give some name to it. Spring Boot. Spring Boot is available. .cng and create it. Okay. So now just set up some correction and you just copy this command, come to CLI, hit done, git remote dash b, it's there. I'll do a push, git status, it must be clean, okay, clean, so git push, origin, master. Yes. Okay, I don't think the public is there. So I'll just set up a key, SSH dash keygen. So I'll copy the content which is there at this repository, at this path. So cat paste, and now you just copy this and come to a repository. But in the first place, what you have to do is to set up a connection. So go to settings, SSH and GPG keys, delete this and add a key, test SSH, and paste it. And add SSH key. It's asking for the password for my email ID. Now the password. Okay, so it's been added. Let's re-execute the same command, and it must go this time. Okay, it's going. So all the code went to my remote repository. Let's go back to the repository which I've created just now. Your repositories. This is Spring Boot. Just created it, and all the code which was there initially to my local repository came here. Yes, all the repositories came here. Everything came here. So now you are able to do this. Now you are able to bring this. Now you can do anything out of this, right? You can do anything out of this. You can create a package. You can run it the way you have run it. You can pull it in your code, and you can do a number of things. But remember, it is taking Java version 11. So you have to define Java version 11 for this. That will be pretty much important because you cannot run with Java version 8. As of now, we do have Java version 8 configured. So you have to just replace that with Java version 11 if you want to run it. So let's go back, or let's reach out to your terminal in the first place, and let's go to a place from where you can define. You can take up the path ls or cd. Let's go to user lib jvm, and here you will have Java version 11 entry defined. I see here you do have Java version 11 written. You have to take the Java version 11 and you have to put it in your exact stuff. So what you can do is take this, I do the cd Java version 11, and you take the complete path. Just take the complete path. Okay. Now you go to your CI/CD pipeline, go to dashboard, and now you click on manage Jenkins, and you click on global tool configurations. And here in global tool configuration, scroll down, you have to define a new version for Java. JDK installation, and click on add JDK. Now you just give it some separate name, JDK 11. Do not install automatically. Path. Okay, and save it. Save it now. Now you click on new item and give it a name to it. Spring Boot app. Click on freestyle project. Okay, you can choose anything, freestyle pipeline, anything. But the steps is going to be same like the way you have seen. We have written couple of pipeline level script. So steps are not going to change. So now you come here, come to your GitHub repository, copy the path, like HTTPS path, copy it here, go to your Jenkins repo, paste it here. Okay, paste it here. Now go to build section, and here under build, invoke top level Maven targets. Now here you choose my Maven and give a goal as compile for now, right? As compile, and save it and build it. Okay, as you're building it, let's see what is happening there. This should go to step by step. The steps are not going to be that complex because you're not doing that big thing of performing a number of tasks. Here, we are just compiling which is the stage one for any of the code, which will convert the Java code into class code, right? So it's performing all this. Now compiler plugin is called, as you can see, for the demo project, and it is successful. Now you know very well why it's calling only compiler plugin to perform the task, because it's the same thing which will be defined there in the form file. Now what it is doing is it has created a class file for Spring Boot application. Yes, and same thing you can do for package also. So say in case if you want to create a package out of it, you just go configure, go to build section, and this time instead of compile you put package. Save it, build now. Because we have defined, we have given the definition that hey, perform the package, but that package must be there in jar file. So let's see if it creates a package which is there in jar file. Now it's all the steps are going on, test is going on, all the automated tests are there. It is creating the Spring Boot application. See, it is creating the Spring Boot application. And it has created a jar file. You see, it has created the jar file. And guys, it's the same thing it will do if you're doing on terminal also. Say on terminal, I go to TMP and there I go to Spring Boot application and I see that okay, fine, this is the project. And in case if I want to run it here, so if I'll execute the command mvn and I'll say package, then let's see if it does quite the same thing, scanning for projects. So whatever you are seeing there can be done locally also, but we are talking about having any of the code pulled in and can be implemented by using Jenkins. That's the reason. I mean, it is not the thing that you cannot do it locally on your machine. You can still do that. You can execute these commands and can do that. But the bottom line is you have to do everything on Jenkins. And that is what will be checked in your assessment also. Right? That is what will be checked in your assessment also. And build is successful. And this is how it's going to work. Now what it has done in turn, it has created a package for you. Now let's see if it has created a package or not. You go to this path, and at this path it should have created a package for you. You cd to that path, and if you execute tree command, okay, sudo update and sudo apt update and apt install p. I just want to see in case if it has installed stuff. Let's see if it's going on. Okay, it's done. So now let's execute tree, and you must have a jar file with you. You see, it has created a jar file which you can deploy later on, right? Let's try to do this, guys. Let's create a pipeline like the way. It's a big demo. I give you 15 minutes to do this. In between, if you have any doubt, you can ping me and ask. 15 minutes timer. Please start doing it. In case if you get stuck, ask me questions. Hi, Sayed. Are we also going to cover Jenkins and Docker integration? I can cover Jenkins and Docker integration, but I'm not sure how many of you know what Docker is. So, because we are not going to cover Docker in our session, but in case if you want me to show integration of Docker when I'll execute a number of Docker commands, not sure how much you will be able to understand, how much others will be able to understand. So are you all guys? Let me just take input from everyone. How comfortable you guys are if I execute any Docker commands? Will you be able to understand any Docker command if I'll execute? Everyone. I need vote from everyone. Okay, so I do a good number of participants and only I can see 2 votes. So remaining who did not, 3 votes. Remaining all who did not do, shall I assume that you do not know Docker? I do have more than 40 participants. In case everyone vote and say me that yes, I'll go ahead. Okay, fair enough. We'll talk a bit on Docker in that case. We'll try to create some Docker file. So I'll use some technical terms on Docker. Don't ask me again what those technical terms are. Okay, first let's complete this. Then we'll move on to another one. See. Docker is already there, the newest version. Okay. Well, we need Amrigang, we need Jenkins to automate things because Going forward, we will not have the concept or methodology by means of which you can execute any of the command locally or manually, right? So you need to have an automated mechanism. And basically, when we create Jenkins job, we speak about automation. Please keep going at the lab, guys. Just trying to fix some Docker stuff. Yes, they do. DevOps guy have to do some kind of coding stuff, but that will depend on your experience and understanding. That will not be a kind of blocker for you. Uh, how deployment is done is the same. We'll talk about this later. Are you done with the Spring Boot stuff? Can you please focus on that now? Confirm when it's done. cd slash hpt cd sources uh, cd ls Jenkins dot list. My Docker is not getting installed. So let's try to do one thing. Let's create one instance there in Amazon and let's try to use that. That would be more interesting. AWS. Okay, so we'll use this and we'll configure everything on this. Okay. Let me know. More 3 minutes left. Let me know how it's going. Are you able to deploy it? Where are we? More 1 minute left. Okay, fantastic. Okay, so I hope everyone is able to do it. Anyone, any questions, any concern, doubt? Just let me get some confirmation here. Is everyone able to complete this? Just give me a quick confirmation in case you are able to. Okay, how about others? Okay, great. So let's get into some Docker stuff, some interesting thing. I said you I'll create one EC2 instance. So let me just create one EC2 instance in the first place, and we'll work on that. As of now, none is running. I'll create one for me. And launch instances. Let's give a name. Instance. And click the application with images, AMI. Okay, that's fine. Instance type P2. Key pair, create new key pair, take the PPK file, give it a name, test, SL key, create key pair, and configuration storage, allow SSH. Hit this and allow any protocol or traffic anywhere. That launch instance, it's launching. The all instances, yeah, and the instance is there, it's pending. Let it come up. Okay, it started running. Now let's connect to it. I'll use PuTTY to connect it. You can use mobile system also, or if some Mac user is there, you can use the terminal to connect it. I'll use PuTTY to connect it. And let's connect to it. EC2 dash. Let's change some setting and appearance as somewhat big. Okay. Sudo su and done. Now yum update. Let's update this first. Okay. And install Docker. Docker. So installing Docker 20. Done. Now Docker -ps cannot connect to Docker. Okay. Service. Okay. System CTL. Status. First, let's check the status. Docker. It's dead. Started. It's up. Now it will have. Okay. Fantastic. So Docker is running, right? Docker is running. So now let's start creating some Jenkins job, and let's try to push it into our Docker, right? Let's try to push it into our Docker. Even before we do it, we have to do some modification on the server. The problem is Jenkins is on another server and Docker is on this. Certainly it's not going to work. To configure Jenkins also on the same server. Yeah, because Jenkins is not on this server, right? Jenkins is not on this server, and perhaps I will not be able to create a pipeline for Jenkins installation. So let me just do one thing quick. Let me just install Jenkins also on this machine. Install Jenkins on Amazon Linux. This thing are done. Create a security group. This thing are done. Launch. Done. 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 Come here. Done. Download and install Jenkins. Which version of Java this is having? Java dash version. Okay, so Java is also not installed. We have to first install Java version. Let's install Java version 8. Let's take the command to install Java version 8. So install Java on Amazon Linux. Java 11.8. Let's install both. It will be just a single command, I'm pretty much sure. So here it is, Java version 8, Java version 11. Let's install Java version 8 and install it. So it's installing Java version 8 now. Okay, so now Java dash version. Java version. Okay, Java is there with me now. Next thing is to configure Jenkins. Update key RPM upgrade Java 11 Jenkins. So a couple of things are there. Let's execute each of the one after the other. Start putting in. So yum update dash y update. So then upgrade it. Okay, so nothing is there, everything is updated, it's fine. Now take some Jenkins key and build a Jenkins repo. Let's take it, build a Jenkins key. So Jenkins repo is there. Now it has created a Jenkins repo. CD, and it has created a Jenkins repo. As you can see, it has the Jenkins repo now. Next thing is to have the Jenkins key. I'm just installing Jenkins. I'm not doing anything different. And then upgrade. Okay. Okay, it's upgrading. No package mark. Jenkins. It's already updated in that case. It looks for having Java version 11. Let's take this. It is taking Java version 11. Let it take it. Now next stage is to install Jenkins. Hit configure. No, I'm not sure if you noticed it, Sayed, but I tried to install Docker. It did not work. Better you use the AWS lab, and that's the reason I'm installing Jenkins here. Okay, so now enable Jenkins and start Jenkins. Start Jenkins. It's taking time. Okay, now status, it's up. Now let's connect to Jenkins. I'll connect to Jenkins from my local. I'll say I'll take the IP address from the lab which we do have. Okay, let's take the IP address from the lab which we do have. Here it is, and connect. Now here it is, colon 8080. Okay, then let's connect to the lab and put it here. Okay, and let's bring it here. Okay, here I have to put it again, and now let's put it. Now colon 8080. Fantastic. Okay, it's working. So now next thing which I have to do is I have to go back to my putty and I have to go to this path which is cat var lib Jenkins secrets initial password. So this will be my first password. So come here again and put it here again and paste it here and continue. Okay, so now log in. So now Jenkins is getting configured. So now we have installed Jenkins in AWS instance so that we can work on Jenkins and Docker on the same machine. Admin, save and continue. Okay, start using Jenkins. Awesome. So now we have configured and we have brought in. Just let me know if you all are on the same page. Did you all create Jenkins, install Jenkins on your EC2 instance? You want to do it now? You want to follow up after? You want to work on this after the session completes and you want to just go to the lab? I mean, recordings and want to do it, or do you want to do it now? What exactly you want to do? Just let me know. In case if you want to configure, no, just hold on, John. Let's take others' response also. Others, afters. Okay, awesome. Not a problem. So in case if you want to do it after the session, that's fine with me. Okay, now let's create a job. So now this will be Docker pipeline build. Now let's create a pipeline build with a freestyle project. We'll be writing some Docker script, and that Docker script should do the job for us. So let's first create a war file. And let's go to Git. Let's install Git also in this Linux machine. This will be yum install git-y. And after that, I'll take the path Ubuntu Jenkins. Okay, so Git is installed. Next comes create the repository, the number of repositories now. The repository which we're using in past, we are going to use same repository. Let's come here, pom file. This is for Spring Boot, I believe. It's for Spring Boot. Let's go to the repository which we are working on till now, which was creating our address book application. So let's take this repository path. And once we take this repository path, we can go to our Jenkins. Okay. Let me just find where Jenkins is. Suppose that we can do. Okay, so I get into Jenkins. Now give a repository URL and let's try to create something. So here, next you go to build section and under build, you first create a package. I have to just define certain tools here. For this Jenkins, since I did not define any tool to manage Jenkins, like the way same tool which we have configured there for previous Jenkins. So now here let's install Java in the first place. Say my Java and take a version of Java 8. I agree. Enter username and password. Just enter username and password. DevOpsCNG29@gmail.com. Password. Okay, now close it. Here you can leave it default. This comes Maven. Here you give a name to Maven and let it be the latest version. Okay, let's give it a name, my Maven. Save and done. So global configuration for tool is done. Let's come to Docker. Config. I'm just doing some basic level of configurations. So here build, which we have covered a lot in our previous session. So build, invoke top level Maven targets, my Maven, and the goal which I'm going to put is package. I want to just see in case if it's creating a package or not, and build down. I should complete successfully in the first place. Okay, failed. Okay, Oracle account is PDK installation. Since it's not accepting my credentials. See. DevOps ENG 9@gmail.com. Password also I gave. Host. Okay. Let's build it again. Okay, let's see if it works. Still downloading. I think it's working. Yeah, it's working. Okay, awesome. So it worked, but this time it's failing with some different error. So configure, say that it doesn't have form file. Get, give a repository URL. Okay, now save it and build it. Okay, it ran, and let's see if it has created any package for us. ls dash ltr, it will be slash var lib Jenkins Jenkins. Um, there we'll have workspace, and in workspace we'll have sure Docker pipeline build, and therein we'll have target. We have addressbook.var. Yeah. So this is there. So it has created a package which is with the name addressbook.var file. Fine, well and good. Now let's start building it. In Docker, what happens? The first thing will be to create a Docker file, and when we run the Docker file, when we build the Docker file, it creates one image, and when we run the image, it creates one Docker container. So that's what we are going to do. We will start with Docker file, then we will build the Docker file to create one image, and then we will build the image to, we will run the image to create a container, and then we will see if the container is working or not. Now let's see how it works. Let's start doing it in the Jenkins job itself, right? Let's start doing it in Jenkins job itself. So configure it and go to build section, and in build, add build step, say execute shell. Let's start writing it down. Okay, okay, let's start writing it. So let's create a directory in the first place. As of now, let me just check in case if I do have a directory with the name Jenkins Docker, and varlib Jenkins, which is not there. So I'll create a directory which is with the name Jenkins Docker. You can create a directory which has any name, that's fine. And then you cd to directory, which is Jenkins Docker. Once you cd to this directory, after that you now you are into the directory which is with the name Jenkins Docker, which you have created in step 1. Now you have to copy the var file into this specific path, because in order to build and create a Docker file, the Docker file should be or the package should be in the same location where Docker file is there. So you have to copy the content from here, cd slash var slash lib slash Jenkins slash workspace slash Docker file slash target slash addressbook dot var. Here, okay, pwd, take this path and you copy this you copy that again here slash addressbook.war file and you copy this also. Okay, addressbook.war and you copy it to the current location. Now after that you start writing Docker file. Touch Docker file. When you start writing Docker file, you will have to just enter into Docker file with the end of terminal syntax and you say I want to write Docker file, and within Docker file the first thing will be to start calling some image which will be with the name Tomcat. I want to call in Tomcat image. This Tomcat image will have all the application within this. The Docker file and the war file will be mounted uh, on this image, which will be Tomcat. I'm going to add the package which is addressbook.war to the home directory of Tomcat, which will be user local Tomcat web apps. Okay, I'm adding the addressbook.war file into home directory of Tomcat, which is user local Tomcat web apps, and then I'm going to execute a command which is quite specific to Tomcat. Since this executable service for Tomcat is catalina.sh, so I'm going to use catalina.sh, and here I'll just run it, which I want to run this command as my application comes up, and then I'll expose port number 8080, which is for Tomcat, and then I'll come out of it. Okay, and then I will build this. So in order to build this, I'll execute the command sudo docker build, and then I'll give the name to this. Will be say my image with the name, with the variable which is build number, and I'll pick the image, pick the Docker file which is in current directory, and then I will run it. Sudo docker run, and then I'll say itd -p, then I'll use same entry like this. Okay, done. Recheck mkdir Jenkins doc cp, copying it, touch docker file, and add address book.war and take it to the user local Tomcat web apps, then execute the command, then expose it, then CO2, then build it with the name of the image. Okay, now let's see if I do have any images here, which I cannot see. It's there. It's nothing is there. Docker ps-a, nothing is there. Okay, nothing is there. All clean. Now what we will do is we'll do some kind of setup, because okay, that's not needed, Ramya, because I've used capital P there. Okay, so now next thing will be to just do some kind of configuration on this. So what I'll do, I'll just open /etc/sudoers file, and here I'll make some changes. I'll make some changes here. and I'll say Jenkins all equals no password and say all. Okay, done. Now, next thing will be to run the job. Okay, now let's run the job. What happened to lab? Since lab is disconnected. Okay, let's quickly connect to lab. So we have written Docker file, we have provided all the instructions in Docker file, we have done some configuration changes in the lab on the same server where I've installed Docker. Now next comes to run the code, run the job which I've created. Connect. Okay. Okay, here we go. We do have things ready with us. Wow, what happened to our code? Ah, is it gone? Okay, I think that is gone because my lab is rebooted. It's bad. Fine. Okay, let's do one thing. It's already time. Let's take some break. And after the break, we'll again continue with this. Okay, let me energize myself. And you too go and energize yourself. Let's take a 20 minutes break and we will do after that. Thank you, everyone. Okay, I'm back. Let's start working on it. Just give me a quick confirmation if you can hear my voice and can see my screen properly. Awesome. Let's reach out to the page where we left off. Okay, so let's rewrite the code. Uh, Anyone remember what did we write? So first we will create a directory. Let the name of the directory is, since we are working on Jenkins and Docker, Jenkins Docker file, and then change it. Oh, enter is not working. Backspace is not working. Slab, nothing is working. Okay, enter is not working. Some problem with the lab. Okay, it's working now. Okay, now cd and get into this directory. And now you copy the file which is at this location. Okay, which is at this location. Okay, the name of the file which I want to copy is this. Okay, to location which is Jenkins Docker file. Now, next thing what I will do is I'll create a Docker file. Docker file must have the same name as Docker file, and after that I'll start writing certain script which will take end of terminal and Docker file. These are Linux syntaxes, and after that we will start with image which is Tomcat, and then add addressbook.var to the home directory of Tomcat, which is always user lib. Actually, it's user local Tomcat web apps, and after that you execute a command which is catalina.sh, which is the service for Tomcat, and then run it. And after that you expose port 8080, which is for Tomcat, and then reach out to end of text, and then you execute the command sudo docker build -t docker image, which is going to create a Docker image, any sample Docker image I can take, and put the variable. This is the global variable for Jenkins, build number this. Now run it, sudo docker run -itt capital P, and then this. Okay. Anketi Jenkins file, cd Jenkins Docker file, cp varlib Jenkins workspace Docker pipeline build, target address book dot var dot touch Docker file from Tomcat, add address book dot var to user local Tomcat web apps. Command is getting .sh to run. Expose AT sudo docker build dash t, new the image colon build number, and the same image, same build number. Okay, looks good. Now save it. Let's come and check here. Did it create anything? Docker ps dash a, nothing is there. Docker images, nothing is there. All good. Now let's build it. Okay, this is running. Wow, it failed. Let's see why it's failing. Compile address book test. War file is formed, build success. Now here sudo docker builder invalid argument docker image colon or dash the invalid reference. Okay, no problem. But let's see, did it do anything? Docker ps, nothing. Docker images, okay, did not create anything. Well and good. And let's rerun it. I think when the command ran mkdir, at least it have created directory with the name Jenkins Docker file. So I'll just remove this in the first place. So rmdir, or let's do one thing, rm dash rf Jenkins Docker file. Save it and build it. Okay, let's see what it is doing. It's running for, okay, it's creating Docker image, pull complete and finish successfully. Since it's created lots of things, let's see. So Docker image, okay, so it has created Tomcat image and Docker image, two things it has created. Now let's see Docker ps-a, one container is also running, but it's in exited state. Okay, why it's in exited state? Should not be in exited state. Docker image. One. Save. Build now. Okay, run again. Okay, it's up now. So exited means it's down. It should not be an exited state, but it's up now. So when it's up, we are pretty much good. So now what it says is my application, which is address book, must be up at the port, which is 49154. Let's see if it is up or not. So now let's come here and let's put it, and now it should be up at 54.198, 54.198, colon this. Okay, so Tomcat is there slash address book. It should be there. The address book application. Let me just check a part of the code because it's building everything and it's trying to pull in a couple of other things. Let's try to check in the code once. So my pipeline has built the image. Let's see if it has built a new image. Yes, it has built a new image about a minute ago. So everything looks good there. The only thing which is missing out is it is unable to launch the page. Certainly it has done it. Let's just figure out the code a bit so that we can work on it efficiently. So in this case, it's trying to first create the Jenkins file and then it is trying to run it. And once it has run it, it has just tried to bring in the code. And then it is doing this. Okay. So I think it's building the application, but I'm just looking for one interesting thing which will launch this entire application to web. The Tomcat is up, that's pretty much clear. Should launch as well. This is the port which is up, right? Docker PS 49154, which is pointing to port number 8080 for TCP protocol. It's up, everything is good. Let's do one thing. Let's enter into this Docker attach. And let's see if it is having addressbook.war file within it. Okay. Why it's not allowing me to enter this? Oh, fine. It's not allowing me to enter into this. Docker inspect. Okay, let's see if the file is having. It's fine. Run containers. The log is here. Overlay network. This is also fine. Overlay. Tomcat is there. OpenJDK 11. Everything looks good. Okay, everything looks good. Sure, it's not allowing me. Address book 49154. Oh, can it be? But Tomcat is there within the container. It should not be a problem. Let's try to do one thing. Yeah, we opened everything there in AWS Security Group. If we did not open, then even Jenkins won't connect. Jenkins is connecting fine, so that's not the problem. Problem is not with 8080. Okay, do one thing. Okay, so fine. You guys do not have even Docker installed, so you can't do it. Yeah. Could be the problem because I'm doing everything within the lab, and lab can have some restrictions. But port number 49154 is not opening in the lab. That could be one of the thing. Lab is blocking port number 154, 49154. This could be one of the thing. Okay. Because the address book should be up there on port number 49154. And in case if lab is blocking that port, then yeah, that could be one of the situation wherein we cannot get into it. But just give it a try with you guys. Just try to check in case if it's working with you. What my understanding is, it should work. Let's do one thing. Let's come to terminal for this port. What my assumption is, it's not allowing, this lab itself is not allowing the port. So sudo su, let's start telnet pipe grep listen let's start telnet pipe grep listen. Okay. Okay. My assumption is just guys try to do quite the same thing like the way I've done, and check if it's working for you. Um, my assumption is it should work. E R dash 5 grep. For this it is fine. It's getting blocked here. 49154 is what the port is, right? Docker PS 49154. 49154. Yeah, it's open here. It's heard. I think the Docker lab is blocking it because 49154 is open here. So it's not the problem with my server. It's the problem with the lab setup. This guy is blocking it, I think. NLP 49154. Yeah, this guy is blocking it. That's the reason it's happening because of the internal firewall of lab. It's blocking. Okay, but you try to do it. Try to follow quite the same step which we did. Certainly, it will work for you. Okay, so this is how we can deploy any application in Docker. I'll provide these codes to you. Try to use it and check how it works. Docker pipeline build, configure. As it's creating everything, it's creating images, it's creating containers, it's creating everything. Certainly, it has to work. Okay, take this code and try to use it. Fine. So that's it on Docker side. Now let's talk a bit about Let's talk a bit about um, master and slave node configuration, so that we can do a couple of things there as well. Right, let's try to do a couple of things on master node configurations because that also will be equally important. So now for to do master and node configuration, for doing master and node configurations, what we will do is we will work on the configuration part. We'll work on the configuration which we will do on the AWS instance, because certainly again I don't want to get into any blocker which lab will come up with. So I'll just go to AWS instance, and there itself I'll create one more instance, and I'll take that instance as the agent instance. So name it as agent server and keep everything same. Edit the network setting and use all port, all traffic, port range all, so no restriction anywhere. Launch instance, okay, keep your name, proceed, okay, keep your name. Okay, I do have a keep here. test SL key pair and launch instance. It's launching instance. Okay, so I have one agent server and the test instance I'm going to create look as master. So always ensure that whenever you are configuring master and agent setup, Jenkins must be installed. Jenkins must be installed on the master server, and then and only then things can work. Otherwise, things is not going to work. So master should be installed on. Jenkins should be installed on Jenkins master. Okay, let it come up. So we will install Jenkins on master server like the way we did it just now. Yeah, and the agent server will be the server which will connect as node. So let's connect on the node machine also. Let's connect on the node machine also. So let's see, new session, IP address, SSH, auth, browse, test SL key, and yes, login as EC2 user, and here just give it a name. Otherwise, we'll get confused. Whole name CTL set dash host name agent.example.com and just refresh it. Change setting, appearance. Okay. So I do have master, I do have agent. Fine. So this thing is done. Agent is ready. Install Java here because that will be one of the another important thing. So let's install Java. Let's install Java. Done. Java is also installed. So this is Java version 8 which is installed. Fine. This will be pretty much important to install Java because of certain factors which we'll see now. Now this is my master machine. So let's give it a name. Host name CTL set dash host name master.example.com. So we have lab ready, we have one master, we have one agent. Both the things are there. Okay. Jenkins is installed only in master. Jenkins is not installed in agent machine. Always remember this. Now let's go to Jenkins, and in Jenkins let's try to do a couple of things by means of which we'll be able to start looking onto Jenkins stuff, right? By after which you'll be able to do a couple of things on Jenkins. Now, here in Jenkins, once you create your master and slave, master and agent setup, click on dashboard, and on the dashboard, you click on manage Jenkins. Yes, you click on manage Jenkins on the dashboard. So once you click on manage Jenkins on the dashboard, suppose that when you scroll down, you see something called manage nodes and clouds. Click on that, manage nodes and clouds. Now, as of now, there is only one node, which is Linux machine, right? As of now, there is only one node, which is Linux machine. Okay, as of now, there is only one node, which is Linux, built-in Linux machine. Now we have to add another node as well. So let's start adding it. Click on new node and give a name to this new node. Say agent-1. Once you give this a name to this node, click on permanent agent so that it can be considered as a permanent agent. Click on create to create it. Yes, click on create to create it. Once you click on create to create it, it will start asking for all these details. Name, description. Description talks about in case if you want to say something about this specific node, like this is agent node, right? This is agent node. It talks about agent node. Henceforth, it tells everything about this agent node. When you scroll down, it says about number of executors, and after that it asks about remote root directory, and under remote root directory you provide a path. So I'm going to provide a path which is /tmp in my agent machine. So whatever I can see in my agent machine will be within this tmp directory only. Remember, will be within this tmp directory only and not anywhere. Now in case if you want to provide some label, what is label? Label is the means of categorizing server into different setup which you do have. When I say different setup, there could be some different set of servers for dev setup or dev environment or staging environment or prod environment. When I say label, basically I am pointing to those setup. So I'll give a name as dev and keep the usage as much as possible. After that, it's asking, okay, fine, launch agent by connecting it to controller. I'll keep it, I'll let this by default, and it says either WebSocket mode is selected or the TCP port for inbound must be enabled. Okay, so let's enable it in the first place so that we'll get rid of this error. So let's go to another tab, open same Jenkins and click on manage Jenkins because it's talking about some network socket. So in order to get rid of that network socket error which says that hey, you did not enable remote connectivity, how can you even use it? Since talking about security, let's enter into configure global security and let's look into it. So it talks about configure global security, and if you scroll down, it says that under agent it says that TCP port for inbound agents, right? It says that TCP port for inbound agents, and now you see it is disabled. Now you enable it and randomize it and say save. Once you save, it is done. And once you come back to Jenkins, perhaps after a refresh, this will go, and I'll keep it default for now and save it. Enter again into this, So in the beginning, I did some level of configuration. Let's see what configuration we have done. We have put the name, description, executor, remote root directory. We put some label. We set the usage as node as much as possible. The launch method is by connecting it to controller, and the WebSocket error which we were getting is resolved now. Right, is resolved. As you can see, we are not getting any error now. Now you save it. As you save it, it says that hey, you have to execute certain commands. Right? It says that you have to execute certain commands. Now let's execute those commands in my agent machine, and in order to execute these commands on agent machine, first it says that you should have agent.jar file. So let me just pull in the agent.jar file in my agent machine. So here I have to execute the command wget so that I can get some agent.jar file. Now you see, it has generated some agent.jar file. This file is important, as whoever inherits this file, whoever has this file in their memory setup will be considered as agent. It's a kind of advertisement wherein master says that hey, I am the master, and in case if you want to be my agent, accept this agent.jar file. It's a kind of advertisement which master is doing. Now this guy, which is agent, is inheriting this, has got this agent.jar file. Now when it got it, after that it says that fine, you got it, and now initialize activities. In order to initialize, it says that you have to execute certain command. Let's take this command and execute it. And as you execute it, you see it says connected, right? It says connected, and now I want to just have another session, and here I'll become super user and I'll get into TMP directory. As of now, this is the situation. Now let's start building our job so that it makes changes in my agent machine now, agent server now, and dot on the master server, right? Because that is what my motive is. My motive is to make changes there in my agent machine and not on my master machine. Remember this. Yes, my motive is to make changes in my master machine, my agent machine, and not on my master machine. So how could you do that? How could you make changes so that it does all necessary deployment only on the agent machine? For that we need to build a job. Let's start building a job. Let's start building a job. And while I'm building the job, I'll go back to my Jenkins, and there in my Jenkins, I'll create a job which is say agent job, agent pipeline, and create a job, right? And create a job. Now whenever you are creating a job in any of the agent machine, you check this box, restrict where this project can be run, right? Just choose this box where it says restrict where this project can be run, and this is important. You have to in the first place restrict where you want to run this project. Here you have to just either choose the label or you have to give the name of the agent. As of now, I'll choose the name as agent 1. You can choose the name of the label also, because label contains this agent which is agent 1. Label contains this agent, which is agent 1. So if you are choosing the label as dev, it basically means the same. Label is basically used in case if you have more than one agents, which is a part of that label. As of now, there is only one. So either you put agent 1 or dev, both is same. Now next thing what you have to do is you have chosen the agent, and now let's try to create some sample job. So do one thing, execute a shell wherein you execute a command df-h and you push it in /tmp/memory.txt file. Let's go to agent server. See, this is agent, and you see here there is no file which is with the name memory.txt. I want to create a file which is with the name memory.txt by running the command which is master, and I want to create this file on the agent machine, right? Now you save it and you build it. You save it and you build it. Let's see what it is doing. Okay, building remotely on agent 1. It's trying to connect to agent 1, installing all necessary packages, and success. It has done it. Now let's come here and let's re-execute the command ls. Now you see it was not there before, but it is there now. Where it is? It is on agent machine. So now it's building package, but it's not building on the same machine where Jenkins is installed, but it's building all together on separate machine. It's building on agent machine, right? As you can see, it's building on agent machine this time. And if you cat memory, it says that hey, this is the output of df-h, which will be exactly same. You see, if I execute, say exactly same it is, right? So what it has done, the command which I put it in the Jenkins job reached to this server which is agent and have executed it here. df-h have executed it here. This is the way you can build any job. This is the way you can run any job and create any kind of package, right? So this is the way you can do things on your own and make ample amount of changes there in your source code, right? I'll just give a pause here in case if you do have any questions. Any doubt anybody has? Okay, I'm not getting any question. There could be two reasons for this. Either you understood everything or you did not understand it. I'm not sure which one it is. Okay, so I'm a bit confused if you understood or if you did not understand, because this is not that easy so that you can understand everything at once, but I'm not seeing any question. So for now, I just want to give a pause here today. I want you to understand things properly before we move on, or before we do anything else. So just try to understand this so that it will be good for you to understand Jenkins, because understanding this node configuration and to perform some node level steps will be important for you. So go through the recordings and try to understand In the first place, the Docker integration, and then the agent level configuration on Jenkins, so that you can work on it properly. This is the real-time example, Ramya. This is what we do in agents. Okay, then thanks everyone. Thanks everyone for joining this session. Please go through recording certainly to understand things properly. It is more better if you can understand it well, and yeah, I understand. That's the reason I want you to all to go through recordings and understand things properly. Fine. Thank you everyone for joining the session. Please go through recording certainly to understand it more and more. Thank you.